Alright, I'm ready to get going on our next bit of adventure with our little birdie buddies, because guess where we are? Rito Village. That's right, we got the bird people on our side right now. Oh man, I've been up to a lot in the last couple of hours, even. In the last couple of days. I definitely had a little kind of flip out on stream yesterday. For anybody who's interested in watching that, I am going to turn it into a YouTube video. So that's a thing. I hope you guys like the new opening sequence. Or like loading screen or whatever the hell you want. Starting soon thing. There's also a nice new little animation that will happen if somebody follows, and we are really close to that 100 follower marker, so if you haven't followed, please feel free to give us a follow and see what the animation does. It's gonna be a surprise until it comes up. I have the hiccups right now, so please forgive me for that. That's gonna be a time. I don't think I have any, like, actual announcements other than that. I'm just excited to be here, and I'm happy to see it. I'm a little bit tired, but since when am I ever not a little bit tired? But yeah, I think that's about it. Are you guys ready to get started? I don't think I have anything outside of, like, you know, go put emotes in because they're funny and they do fun things. And if you have channel points, don't forget to use the channel points because you can use those for emotes as well. Oh, probably because a Pokemon is eating your dreams. Oh no, not Dream Eater, no. I did watch it, guy. You can unlock emotes with channel points if you wanted to use some of them. I do have a, I watched recently somebody try to play, like, a pacifist Pokemon run, where basically they don't use any, like, attacking moves, so they force the enemy Pokemon to either struggle or be poisoned by, like, powders, not by stings, or Confuse Ray, and, like, lowering defensive and stuff. It was absurd and ridiculous, and I am never playing that or trying that by myself ever, because that sounds like pain. The guy played for probably upwards of 4 hours before he got through 20 minutes of play that was on, 20-minute video that the time was sped up and a bunch was cut out. It was like, I want to say upwards of 4 to 5 hours before they could beat before they succeeded in beating the first gym. Yeah, held items, stuff like that. Yeah, yep. It was some absolute insanity, and I have no fucking clue how somebody could even do that. So, I hope you guys enjoy the new loading screen. Pineapples on pizza. A Canadian thing, apparently, actually, but hey! Also, this is all fixed now, so that's nice, so feel free to follow and join, and hopefully somebody follows us, because I want you guys to see the new animation. I want to find out if it actually works. So hopefully it works. Gonna find out. But let's get started, shall we? So when we last left our dirty crime boy, we were entering Rito Village. Look at our rosy little cheeks. And we did run right past this, which we do need to do. Because we got a lot of little coinies to use. We want stamina. We are going to go for 1 full stamina ring, and then we'll start increasing our hearts. I might do 1 additional heart and go for 5, but bleh. Gross. So we'll see. Ah! I dropped my Switch controller. Hold on, I can grab it with my little toesies. I got it. It's fine. Don't worry about it, I got it. It's in my toes. It's in my toes. Come on. I can do it. I believe in me. Grab it. Grab it. Grab it with your feet. I give up. I got it. Show toes. How much are you gonna give me? If you give me enough, I'll do it. I'll show you guys my feet. Go and bring peace to the world. No. I refuse. How are things going, mister? We're about to practice our song. It's called the Song of Stormwind Arc. We're going to sing it together to save our village from the upheaval. Are you going to listen to our song? Yes. Yes, I am absolutely going to do that. Hey, we love an audience, so we'll sing our best for you. Everyone ready? And a 1, and a 2, and... Once a god fell from heaven, stealing the Hebrew winds. The heavens grew lifeless, just as the air below thinned. With the world in upheaval, we pledged to help the Lord. A line of ships soaring built a passage skyward. Lord, word. And their kids. The god ascended to heaven, leaving behind an ark. Its winds brought us new life, thanks to its great divine spark. Aw, you guys are very cute. The song is about the ark that saved the Rito village a long, long time ago. Something bad happened then, just like it's happening. Wind Waker? That Stormwind Arc, is it real? I'd be so happy if it was. It definitely is. Papa told me it's always watched over us, high in the sky. We could sure use its help with this awful blizzard. Most of the adults aren't around anymore because of the weird weather. Well, if we don't have the Ark, and we don't have the adults, it's up to us kids to take care of the village. Practice is over for today. Genli, you're in charge of food, and Molly will need you to make arrows. We've all got jobs to do, so let's do them. What is this place, Florida?
Hey!
Yeah! Kid Bauer. I like how this kid sent everybody else to go work. No, that's okay, thanks. Yeah, okay, thanks. Greatly appreciated. Oh, I'm assuming this is the inn? Yeah. Oh no, I did it again. The beds are too soft and inviting. Oh god, I've done my job too well again. How could I? Customer! Who's sleeping? I wasn't sleeping, not me. Welcome to Swallow's Roost Inn. I don't have any other guests at the moment. Please just rest easy and well. No, thanks. I'm good. Yeah, no, it's fine. Thanks. I appreciate it.
Hi!
Full tummies make for a happy row. That's why I like learning new meals out of the recipe book. I saw one in here that I know everyone would love. A fish made out of Staminoka bass. Does that sound yummy? Problem is, the villagers catch a Staminoka bass thanks to the dumb blizzard. I have everything else. Wheat, butter, yada yada yada. I need the fish. I do not have that fish. Hi.
Oh.
It's a shop. I feel like... Oh, I can't buy anything. I can only sell things. Caves along the road. Oh, I can buy things, I just have to walk up to an oil jar? So that's just for lighting shit on fire, I would imagine. Just the fact that I can't steal anything is so sad. Hot buttered apple, goat butter, and an apple. Adding a spicy pepper to the mix. Cane sugar, wheat, and a nut. Wheat, goat butter, and fish. And rock salt. Alright, so we got some fun recipes to try out at some point. We should probably do that. This looks important. Let's do a poozle. Who doesn't love a good poozle? It's kind of odd how quiet the loading screen is. Oh, by the way, do you guys want me to put the emotes up and make it available while we're on the game? Well, that looks tricky. Wow, that was real hard, guys. I don't know how I managed. Maybe in the corner? Cool. That's a bunch of ice. I hope I wasn't just supposed to crash into that, because... Oh, maybe I am. I may or may not have fucked that up. Oh yeah, that's a dive. Cool. Where am I going? Oh. So long to you. We got anybody else we gotta get to? Oh yeah, there we go. Let's go, baby! Goodbye, good friend. Good night, sweet prince. Yeah, it does kind of feel Soul Reaver-ish, but better, graphically. Hey, come back. Hey, give me his stuff. There we go. Alright, where else we gotta go here? Oh, that looks like a shenanigan. Ouch. Please do not do that, thank you. Give me your bits! Cool. Time for a snack! Alright, where else we gotta go? Through here, I guess. Hey! We did it! Good job, everybody! We found our way through the maze. Hey, nothing like hanging out in bed and just chilling and vibing on a nice chill stream with some chill people. I did fall a little bit far. I thought that one might hurt me a little bit, but... Sometimes you gotta take risks in life, you know what I mean? When in doubt, bonk it out. Yo! You're right. You're right. Ba-ding. Yes, thank you. I like your really weird sing-songy voices. Goat grandpa and furry grandma. I see a suspicious rock! Yaha! I don't actually hate the Koroks, so... You know. That looks kind of interesting. Something that I need to do that I've learned from playing this game so far is I seriously need to merge more stuff. Like, I do not have enough things turned into things. So we needed to do that. We gotta turn some things into things. Make our things better things. I'm, like, just not... I feel like I'm wasting materials for no reason. I'm absolutely not wasting any materials. Oh, did I not do it? Oh, I got it. Nice. Button, button, who's got the button? Nice. Money! Maybe I should have attached that. Can I attach that to a stick? I've got an ice stick! I don't know if that's gonna do me any good. I wonder if it'll freeze something. That'd be kind of cool. Not gonna lie. I turn my things into things so they can be better things. Alright, but Dave the Barbarian with, and thinking quickly, Dave built himself a megaphone using nothing but a squirrel, some string, and a megaphone is absolutely peak comedy. Peak! Absolutely peak. Is this gonna be an ice talus? I'm really not gonna be happy if it is. Ah. So I can break this. If I can jump high enough. Or light it on fire enough. Ugh, I don't like the way that fell. Ooh, spicy. Alright, so they can't get fish, right? Because, like, all their fish shit is frozen. But I have this. So I'm thinking... Nice. And the game was kind enough to leave me with all these pine cones. Why did it slide so far away? Maybe I need a couple of them. I do have flamethrowers. That did nothing! Like, it's clearly indicating to me that this is breakable. Alright, fine. Come here. Fine! I have no idea what the point of this is, but I'm doing it. Wow, really? There is nothing in these. I have no idea what the point of this was. Oh well. We got nothing. A big stinking hunk of nothing! Yes, of course. The reason was so we can make sure we're sopping wet. Give me this rusty halberd, please. Thank you. Now we must make it stronger than ever before. Wait, what? Why is this red? Is it busted already? Come on. Come on! That's just not reasonable. Alright, let's I mean, we could stick another stick on it, but let's not do that. Let's pick something fun. What do we got here? Blue Bacabo horn. 7, 10, 5, 6, 5. I feel like we use this thing. We gotta make ourselves a nice strong pike over here. I know what's gonna happen. I know for a fact that I'm gonna drop something on the ground to merge it and it's going to fly away on me. I'm waiting for it. I know it's gonna happen. Eventually, it will happen. 100%. Alright, back to business. I just need frosty eyelashes. Oh my god, clothes! This is my favorite part of the game! Oh my god, it's so expensive! Can I sell you stuff? Why is everything so pricey? I'm keeping one of each. Just because I feel like I'm gonna need stuff. Fuck! What do I have in here that's actually worth some fucking coinage? 15. Ugh. 15. Man. The other thing I have in here that's actually worth any money is rubies. And I only have one of those. Damn it! Bye. Can't I just steal from this child? Oh yeah, thanks. Thanks for telling me about ores. I really appreciate that. 600! 500! I already have pants. 1,000? Why is this place so fucking pricey, man? This is it. You know what they're doing? They're price gouging during a crisis. This little kid is price gouging during a crisis. It's like, listen, everything's freaking cold here. We're gonna jack the price for all the warm clothing. God damn! I saved the world from calamity. Give me a pair of pants. What do we got for food? We should probably make a couple more. We got lots of cold stuff. We'll probably be okay. We're fine for now. Actually, we might want to get some just regular. 2, 3, 4, 5. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. I don't know. I'm not really into seducing children. Yeah, da 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 da. Cool, I got like a launch pad. Ah, I guess I'll just sit down and wait for this. I mean, that looks really cool though. Uh-huh. Is the blood moon rising? It's fine. No, Ganon's on his period. This is a Ganon thing. Come on, come on. You're gonna interrupt me whatever I'm doing anyway. It's kind of interesting that the blood moon is strong enough to go through the, storm. I'm pretty sure it strikes at midnight. Yeah, there's the sound. If you look at the bottom right-hand side, you'll see the time. It's like it actually triggers at midnight.
When the glow of the blood-stained moon shines upon the land, the aimless spirits of slain monsters return to flesh. The world is threatened once again.
Does it bring back the constructs? Okay, cool, bye. Gross! There is not actually a single adult in this place. Do you need something, mister? Because I'm actually kind of busy. My papa told me you can use ice fruit to freeze monsters solid, which gave me an amazing idea and an invention. Mwah! My problem is I can't go out and pick fruit right now with a blizzard at all. It's not fair. This is the best invention I've come up with in so long, but without ice fruit, I can't make it. The Fletcher's Quest. I can feel the cold breeze coming from your pouch. You've got ice fruit I wanted? Wow, it looks so cold and jelly-like stuff. Is that a white choo-choo jelly from one of the monsters that'll freeze solid if you touch it? Wow, it's not exactly what I had in mind, but I can make use of that for a big invention. Mind if I have the ice fruit? Yeah, take it. Take the ice fruit. When I attach this to this, blah, 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 blah. The other materials can make sorts of, yeah, but listen to the brilliance. Fwah! Stop talking before I give away my best ideas. Anyway, thank you for, oh, more arrows. Nice. Strongest bows around! Yes, can I have a bow? Can I have a bow? Wait, do you want also choo-choos, or is that... Okay, no. Alright, I was just one or the other. Can I just take that? You gonna go to sleep? Going to bed? Okay, have a good sleep. Go to sleep, little girl. Damn it! Thank you, child! Oh, hey, there's Teba. Or whatever his name is. Yes, I stole from a child, because I am a dirty crime boy.
No, I can handle it.
Oh.
Checking out that huge cloud wouldn't be hard. I could even do it alone.
Killua?
If we don't do anything, the village... Is that you?
Hello, child. I have turned to a life of crime.
It is you! Link!
This is the... Tulin has given me the nicest welcome yet. He is adorable, and I love him. It is Teba. Link! They told me you were missing. It's good to see you are doing well. The new Rito Elder. Oh, he's the Elder now. It's very nice to see you again. Also, she's super cute. Even in the first game, she's super cute. Do you remember my son Tulin? He's grown taller, though perhaps not yet grown up. Well, maybe I would if you didn't treat me like a hatchling all the time. Those teenagers. As long as you still think you can take on the world by yourself, you'll always be my little chick. Aww. What, you think I can't? I'm already fully fledged, you know. You'll change your tune when I ace today's scouting trip. Okay. You all can keep wasting your time treating the song of the Stormwind Arc like it's real, but not me. Okay, have fun. Listen, you... he's not. Unbelievable. Kids. Tulin wants me to let him go find what's causing the blizzard, and he's having trouble hearing no. It's an old folk song here in Rito Village. Long ago, when we were faced with a different sort of upheaval, a village was saved thanks to a great flying ship. Or so claims the song that's been passed down through generations. It's a song for children, mind you. Few adults still parrot it as if it were true. Still, every now and then you get reports among the Rito of a flying ship. Combined with the blizzard caused by the upheaval, it seems far-fetched. Even the song of the Stormwind Arc is just a children's rhyme. I suspect that there is something lurking high in the sky, but the air is so turbulent now that no Rito can fly close enough to take a look at it. This is why we need to make careful preparations to find out the truth, but Tulin thinks we cling to the song out of cowardice. But these are Rito matters. You came for some purpose, yes? Oh my god! He's like, listen, we're not asking you for help. We're just telling you what's going on because you asked, but we also wanted to make sure you're okay, and that it's good to see you. We heard you were missing. What? This is terrible news. So then, not even Hyrule Castle is safe. If Princess Zelda's disappearance and the strange phenomenon around the world are related somehow, we Rito would ordinarily love to contribute to your search, but this abnormal blizzard shows no signs of stopping and food has grown scarce. Everyone I could spare is already out researching the blizzard or scavenging for food. My husband hasn't been able to leave the village much since becoming the village elder. I wish there was something I could do. Maybe I'm not the one you want. You should try asking Hearth. My friend Hearth has many sources of information. He might already have a lead about Princess Zelda. You see the two bonfires out that way. He's in the lodge near there, if you'd like to try visiting him. Did I talk to this guy already? Okay, yeah, no problem. Oh my god, Tulin's adorable. When Link visited his village, Tulin was still a child growing up in his father's shadow, and his eyes would light up when he watched Link and Teba practice at the flight range. He's adorable! He's so cute! I must adopt him. Rito warrior once helped Link save the Rito village. He took up the mantle of village elder from Kanali to become the new elder of his people. As the new elder, he is under pressure to deal with the strange weather assailing Rito village. What the fuck? I didn't get one for the girl? Guess she's not important enough. Okay, I didn't find dick shit up here. Alright. Alright, off we go! Yeah, good luck. Alright, where am I going? Oh, son of a bitch. Once I've seen it, I can't not do it. Oh, it's one of these. Yeah! Yeah! Alright, cool. Now that you screwed up my whole direction I'm supposed to be going. Where am I going? He said 2 fires, didn't he? Am I blind? Hey, listen, I don't know why you can't do both. You can have a hope in a song and a hope in a legend and also, you know, do things. Get the I'm gonna go get a bunch of I need so much money. I'm so poor. Oh, they're there. I'm so poor. Excuse me, sir. I gotta go way over there. I feel like I need a better launch spot. Yeah, there we go. Like, where the hell am I going? And how the hell am I supposed to get there? Am I really supposed to be able to make this jump? Like, there's no way in hell, right? I guess there are other ways and directions I could have gone. I guess I should also climb to the top of Rito Village. Actually, I don't think I can. That looks like it's all ice after a certain point. At least not yet. I'll be fine! Oh god, there's an ice wizard. Fucking... I'm just gonna skirt around this guy. I'll be fine, I'll be fine. I got plenty of... He doesn't know. This is fine. Look, it gave me a little landing spot. We're fine. And we increased our stamina, and this is exactly why we increased our stamina, because stamina is the best thing to increase in this fucking game. All you have to do is not get hit. Nice. It looks like they made most of the things a little easier to spot as well. The shrines, I mean. Okay, where am I going? I probably should have put a marker on my map like a person with 2 brain cells. I'm gonna go kill these guys. I am also going to switch my, item around, actually. I want to use up this one for, do I want to... I want to see! I want to see if it actually, like... Will these guys fight if I, like, bait them into it? Fight for my entertainment! Hey, fuck you. It does in fact freeze them. Ooh. Don't knock the stuff away from me, I need to pick that up. Give me your bits. Ooh. Flame emitter shield. Traveler's sword. I do have a bit of a tendency towards the long-ranged, or the items with reach. Yo, having all these fruits and being able to attach them to bows is amazing. Alright, but hear me out. I cannot attach rocks to rocks? That's so sad! Must have been the wind. Hi. Ah, damn. Oh, come on, I had a shield out. Ah, oh, fuck, I didn't jump fast enough. Ah, shit! I got bonked. I mean, I imagine you can fuse... I meant, like, you can't attach them. I mean, can you fuse a rock to a rock? Maybe it's a fuse thing instead of, like, an attached thing. Maybe I'm just doing it wrong. Alright, where am I? Oh, I'm back here. Okay, this is fine. That's fine. I don't think I like the flame emitter shield. Specifically because... I always fuck it up. I do enjoy watching these guys fight, though. That guy gonna join the fight? Whoa! What's he gonna do? He fused it. This seems terribly unfair. He just knocked me over? What? Oh, he's fast. There we go. God, it's almost like it's been a week since I played and I'm out of practice. I do wanna... I wanna get rid of... Get this crap out of here. Give me this. Thank you. That's right. Da-da-da. Very good. Don't need that. Do want that. Alright. Timing the flame emitter shield is very difficult. And my bow's getting busted up. Acorn brought he attached to this. So much for the intelligence, I guess. The artificial intelligence is so good. Alright, let's try this again. Aw, shit. Oh, come on! I was crouching! I didn't even have time to get up because I switched! Ah, fuck, I gotta do it again! I'm gonna keep dying in the exact same spot to just some rando macabos because I fucking suck! This is a time of embarrassment. Shut up, battle tips! I didn't ask you! Ugh. Ugh! Alright, third time's a charm. Oh yeah, I'm not actually worried about it. That's what this game's about! Boink. Are you guys serious? Are you guys all stupid? Hello? Oh my god. Yeah, come on. Wow, I can't believe this. Oh yeah, I forgot I can whistle. Eh! Are you kidding me? Alright, well... Ouch. Did I break the AI of this game or something? Are you kidding me? Did I just do it too many times? They're like, well, we're not gonna let you do that again. Alright, well. Fine. Good night, sweet princes. Give me all your stuff. Oh, what the hell? Are you kidding me? How did I trigger these guys? Fuck. Oh, I'm so slow! Ah, the snow! I don't know how they are trying to lure me in, and it worked. Ow! Fuck! Ugh. Gotta eat some food. How did I even trigger those guys from that far away? Alright, well. Wee woo, wee woo. Wee woo, wee woo. Fuse a rock to a rock. I cannot fuse a rock to a rock. That's so. Oh, now you're all the way over here? God damn. This game does feel harder than the previous one. Alright. Wait, did I not pick one of those up? What have I done here? Oh, I dropped it and then picked up the wrong thing. There we go. Okay. Hello, don't mind me, excuse me. Alright, okay, well I need to do this down here, otherwise it's gonna roll off. Alright, we want to take something relatively strong. Let's try one of these. And then we're gonna hold this. Then we're gonna fuse. 13, that's not bad. And then we're gonna get something that's got some defense. I guess something that'll do us some good. Actually, you know what might do us a little bit of good here? Underrated. Oh my god. There we go. Watch this shit. This shit is underrated as fuck. I like this a lot better than I actually like the flame spitter thing. I mean, I guess I got some rocks that I could screw around with. Damn, it didn't light him on fire. That's too bad. Oh. Where's this wind nonsense coming from? Another one. Oh, the wind nonsense was coming from me. Cool. This is kind of difficult to deal with, though, to be honest. It does knock them over, which is nice, but also... Oh, come on, man. That guy hits like a fucking truck. Well, I lived. Good for me. That did nothing. How is that not a headshot? Whoop. Come on. There we go. I like this sword, but it's kind of a pain in the ass. I ain't gonna lie. What hit me? I'm fine. Oh my god, he hit me midair. God, I gotta get back into this. I'm so bad at this. Oh my god, let me jump. Oh, he hits like a truck. Alright, come on then, fine. Oh, he goes the other way. Of course he does. Well, whatever, he's dead. Fuck him. Ugh! Goodbye, my good bow. He's a Mach 2! Stupid boomerang. I don't want the wooden stick! Thank you. Da, 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 da. Yeah, they're a pretty solid weapon. Alright. My shields suck. I gotta get better gear here. I am not doing this right. Fangs. 1, 4. Pine cones. 8. That looks stupid. Thick sticks. As opposed to what? A sturdy long stick? Oh, it's one of these. Okay. I'd rather have that. Alright, and we're gonna stick this onto it. I wish you didn't have to drop things to fuse them. If you could hold them, that would be good. That's one thing, like, I would take about this that to make this a little bit better. Like, it's fine, but it could be better. I should also eat something. What in the hell? Can you, like... Can I lift this up? Yeah, I can... What? What? Huh? Are you kidding me? Okay, sure. Why not? I did say I needed better gear, and the way to deal with this game is to just make gear. Oh, look at these sneaky little boys. Thank you. Alright, anyway, I'm going this way. I thought Teba told me there was, like, some shit over here for, like, making my life easier. He lied to me. Everything here is awful. Now, if I understand correctly, I can drop this, I can pick this up, I can then equip this, and then I can fuse... Okay, no, I cannot. Alright. Maybe if it's not already connected to something? I'm not sure. I think you can fuse weapons with other weapons. But you can't, like, stack it, right? You can't stack your fuse. Which I think is fine. But I was already over here. I went this way already. I'm going back to where I was before. Hello? Yeah, no, I already... yeah, I did that already. Cool. Who am I supposed to be talking to? Hello? Is it you? Oh, yeah, it's Fushi Hairboy. Still have some business here? Yes. Haven't heard anything about her. Our feathers are full dealing with more immediate problem. Everyone from the village has left to scavenge for food or investigate the cause of this terrible blizzard, and that has been hampered by the sky monsters that seem to be everywhere. We're spread too thin to deal with them properly on top of everything else. I'm sorry, bud. Wish I could do more for you. Well, this guy talks like me, too. This is now my fursona. Though now that I think of it, maybe Tulin could help. Oh right, you weren't around for it, but little Tulin has developed a way with wings that puts the adults to shame. Even in the vicious weather, he patrols the skies and reports all kinds of useful information. His wind gust technique is something to see. None of the rest of us can pull it off. Even stern Teba acknowledges that Tulin's skill is a cut above. The kid does preen about it more than he should, but, well, it's worth asking him at least. Last I saw him, he was with Jasane and Lysa on a trip to find food. I think they were on their way to Hebrew Southern Summit, that's to the northeast from here. A cave is past the cliff, out front and up the mountain road. There should be a bonfire marking the spot. Find the bonfire at the mouth of the cave and you'll find your way to finding Tulin. Alright, cool, off we go. Woo! Who knew my persona would be a bird? Who'd have thought? Alright, off we go. Luckily, we did find these warm leggings, because otherwise we'd be super screwed. Or at least have to do a whole lot more cooking. Oh, there's some keys. Not a fan of that. Unbelievable. Unbelievable that these huge things are raining down on us. What is happening in the skies? Huh? Oh, so, oops, I hadn't expected to meet a Hylian here. What are you doing in the mountains in this weather? Don't you see how cold it's gotten? Our feathers keep out the worst of it, but I'm not sure how you can stand the blizzard. If you go further up the slope, you'll see Hebra's South Summit Cave. My friends are there now gathering provisions. There are glowing mushrooms and fish to be had, which come in handy. They keep a bonfire stoked at the cave entrance to mark their location. If the cold gets too much for you, find that bonfire and warm yourself up in the cave. Alright, off I go! I want something with more range on it to fight the keys with. Cool. Steve! Yeah, we want to do that, because if you kill them too close, I'm assuming they do the same thing they did in the previous game, which was, light you on fucking fire. Oh, that looks like trouble. Shit. Ah, fuck. Ooh, that was close. Fuck you! Super fuck you! Super duper fuck you! Thank you for all your shit! Nice. That's why you want to get, like, 5 hearts instead of 4, because 5 is gonna give you, like, what you need for the last little bit of, Yep. Wooden stick, don't care. Give me your bits. Wonderful. There we go. Nicely done, nicely done. And we're gonna eat something. And I'm actually gonna eat this stuff that's gonna give me a little bit of cold resistance. But before I do that, I'm gonna give us a quick break. Just because I need to go to the bathroom and I gotta pee. And that's just, it do be like that. So I'll be back in a minute or two. Please enjoy. I'll be back momentarily. And we're back, and I didn't unmute myself. I'm debating on giving you guys access to, like, I can make it so that you guys can actually mute and unmute me, and I think it'd be really fun to play that game once in a while, and make that an option, so, like, you could use channel points to mute me or unmute me, and I think that would be absolutely fucking hilarious. But that might be giving you guys a little bit too much power. So... I do think that would be a funny ha ha ha. We wouldn't abuse that, right? Right? I feel like what would end up happening is if I gave it to a handful of you, you would probably be very helpful for the number of times I forget to unmute myself. You know what I mean? Whereas, like, the other half of you guys would just be sitting there just fucking up my goddamn day. And I did want to show you guys that little lilac actually started blooming a little bit, the one that I got in the thing. And I was wondering if maybe I could stick this in some dirt if it would just, if it would live. I don't know if it would. Like, I don't know if it would, like, grow its own roots or anything. Because it's just a stem, and I don't know if lilacs do that. So if you know if lilac bushes, this is a Spanish rose, lilac bush. If you know whether or not what it does, please tell me. Assistance required. Thank you. Greatly appreciated. Alright, let's jump back into it. Oh, whoops. Oh, hold on, that's the wrong place. Just... there we go. Alright, here. Alright. We ate one of our cold oh, we didn't. We're eating one of our cold resistances. Yeah, okay, off we go. Because I feel like it's gonna get really spicy as we get up here. A little nippy, as it were, as we just walk toward this doom cloud that's gonna wreck our fucking day. Let's stay... where are we going? Oh, they said there was a fire. I guess this would be it. I almost went completely the wrong way. I'm glad I double-checked. I guess I did not need to eat my food yet.
Oh?
Why are you here? Welcome to Tulin, huh? Fair enough. He's further in the cave with this guy's scavenging food. No, I'm not going to show you the way. I need to keep an eye on what we've amassed so far. Be on your guard. Yeah, who would steal food from you guys? I don't know. Okay, well, I'm going to come back to this in a second because I'm going to waste 7 minutes of my food that I just ate. Hey, fuck you. In particular, suck a dick. Aw, man. Yeah. Oh my god, I dodged the first one and not the second one. I love that they've added headbutts to these guys. I love it. I actually really like that these guys have more attack rotations, but I really need to learn them. Alright, back out. No, I'm gonna kill that guy. No. Well, that helps. Wait a minute, why am I not lighting him on fucking fire? Really gotta get used to this frickin' 15? Hot shit! Alright, we picked up some good junk killing that man. Why am I dumb? I really have to get used to this system. Damn. The fuck is that? The fuck is that? The fuck is that? Death approaches! Go ride it! Okay. I'm on it! Well. Can I get up there? Maybe I should go to that shrine first while I have this up. Can I... Making my way downtown. Guy's over there, right? Yeah, we got this! We got this! Rocks fall. Mega Boy! I got this, I got it. I got enough stamina, we'll be fine. I only need one more thing to get on. You need one more heart. I mean, you don't need... Oh! Well... Where are they going? You didn't see anything. I haven't seen a single Lionel yet. That guy looks like he's carrying bombs. Now hear me out. Okay, bye! He was not, in fact, carrying bombs. Oh yeah, they were just playing a nice old game of follow the leader, and then I shot one of them in the ass with an arrow. Whoops. Hey. I really thought if I shot that dude with fire, his backpack was gonna explode. And now I'm kind of disappointed, and I'm curious what he's actually carrying, because I definitely thought that was bombs. Aid from above. Ultra Hand. But I thought the laser was gonna fucking light me on fire, cut my legs off. Huh? Okay. Ow. What? I do not understand what's happening. Why did it say help from above? What is going on? I kind of figured that was this was gonna happen. So now I can't go back? I guess? What? What are you supposed to... Am I supposed to be able to jump over this? Oh. Yes, I am. Oh. Okay, that dropped the whole thing. Alright. So just dodge the lasers is the goal here. Okay. Can I get underneath this? Yes. I'm just gonna be Lara Croft about this shit. It's fine. Get up there. No, I fell! Ah! Alright. Fine. Having them sorted by multiple things is pretty nice. Cool. Alright. At least you don't need cigarettes to see the lasers. This is true. Oh, that was close! That felt a little bit tight to me. That was a little close to my booty. Okay, so I ascend through this, I assume. Yep, gimme. What? Yeah. There we go. I have grabby hands. I almost walked into that. Okay. Oh. I guess that makes sense. Well, I'm gonna take these. I don't know what I need them for, but I'm gonna assume that I need them. I'm kind of wondering if I can get up there. I don't know why I would want to, but I'm curious. I want... Alright, well, whatever. Oh! Can I give myself a little bit of space? We did it! That was real close! Are you fucking with me right now? I can't. Oh my god, it like legit. It cuts you off. You can't run back. It does this. Why am I so? Oh, I'm stuck here now. Oh, I can just stand right here and think about this for a minute. Oh, I know the answer. Okay. Trust. Faith in the system. This is just straight up Resident Evil. What is happening? Hey, so we missed our treasure, but that's okay. Yeah. Oh, you were just watching the first Resident Evil movie? Damn. Oh, we're getting a heart for that one, that's for sure. We need 5. I'm more comfortable with 5 hearts. 4 is like, don't get hit by anything. 5, you can take most hits. I mean, I guess to be fair, my gear is also trash, and I really need to make some serious coin. Alright. Where is... Oh, it's right there. I learned how to play that on the piano once. I wish I had a keyboard again. I'll get one again eventually one day. I don't have the space for one right now. Do I have something that I can light on fire? Not really. Wrong button. This place is straight up toasty. Hey, a fish. Chilfin trout. Okay, well. This is not the fish I was looking for. That little girl needs a different one. There we go. Be suspicious. Be suspicious. Anything else in here? Nope. Okay. Always check the ceilings, man. Always check the ceilings. Ooh. Oh. This is very spiky, and I'm kind of not about that. Let's clear some of this out. Fucking... Glowing cave fish. Oh, look at it. It's so cute. And weird looking. I found so much stuff! That's what this is for. Bonk! Aw, oh, man! I didn't find any gems? Come on. Come on, man! Give me something worth some coinage. I have clothes to buy. The fuck are you? I definitely hit that thing though, right? Oh god, how do I get out of here? I'm fine! I'm a badass. I used to play piano, yes. It's been a long time though. So I don't know if I could still do it. I imagine it'd be like getting back on a bicycle, that I can read music and play music, but I would need to, it'd take me some time to practice to get even a monochrome of proficiency back. Cool, made it. Yeah. Okay, well, I have no idea where I'm going, so... Woo! 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 This is nightmare. Oh, more potential money. A monochrome. A monochrome! Words! The fuck? Oh, hello? What are you? Oh god, what are you? A cave troll? What the fuck? Bro, no! Shoot him in the face! Ah! What a shot. That dude was about to throw a rock at me. A really, really big one. Now he's dead. Horriblin horn? He's a Horriblin? Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with that. He seems pretty Horriblin. I guess I need to be a little bit more sneaky about what I'm doing in here. Well, found his stuff. Shitloads of pine cones. Got some fish. I'm not seeing any fish in here that are the fish that that girl was looking for, though. Cool. Anything up here? Just seal. Oh god, what the fu- How are you? This place is fucking huge! I missed my climbing gear. Oh my god. The spikes everywhere is kind of ass, not gonna lie. I am so glad we upped our stamina, though. That was such a good decision. Oh my god. I don't like that we haven't found any more bomb flowers, though. A little bit rough. Jeez. I do like these, like, way more climbing challenges. It's hard to see, though. Hey. Alright, so note to self, collect as many fire flower things as possible. No wonder they're like, here, have arrows. Those things give extra damage to your arrows as well, so I would assume that you can make your arrow like a +7 or something. Oh, these are supposed to be worth money, right? Maybe I should look into selling those. I don't know if they're supposed to be sold to somebody specific, though. Finally, something worth some money. I kind of hope that you don't need to use your opals and stuff for clothing then, if you're gonna be so, like, money reliant. I'm pretty sure I just murdered a cave troll, and I'm not sure how I feel about it. Like, I think that guy was just minding his own damn business, and then I just ruined his whole goddamn day. No, don't spoil anything. I'm sure I'll find out eventually. sticky lizard. The suction of its toes allows this lizard to cling to walls easily. It can assist a climber on wet surfaces. On wet surfaces, you say? Oh, for fuck's sakes. Oh, wait, no, I've got the right thing for this. Bonk! Get out of here, you little baby goober. You got more of you in here? Come here, you fuck. I will eat his heart. Oh my god, these are so... I have no idea what way I'm going anymore. I'm so lost. That's a fire. Oh. There's another cave troll. There's a bomb flower. Yes, thank you. Is this guy asleep? I can't imagine he... Is that a guy? What am I looking at? Oh, it's a friendly guy. Hello? Friends! Hey, it's Jasane. Gasane. Cash me outside! Oh, it's a bird man. What are we gonna do with that boy? It's just like him to fly off on his own and leave all food we collect behind. Oh! Well, B, what's a Hylian doing all the way up here in such a fierce blizzard? Well, blah 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 blah. Oh, you're here to talk to Tulin, eh? You just missed him, unfortunately. Our task was to scavenge food in this area, but we just saw a flock of monsters fly outside the cave. The same ones that have been sighted around the village lately, in fact. I told the others we should report right away to report them, but Tulin clearly wasn't listening at all. He said, I'm gonna follow them back to their nest, and then flew off alone before I could protest. You leave the cave and head north, you can spot a lone cedar tree on Talonto Peak. That's where we saw the monsters. No doubt Tulin followed them there. Alright, so I gotta save this little shit. I know he thinks he's unbeatable, but he really shouldn't be taking these chances. Okay! You weren't gonna eat those, right? Speaking of which, I should probably cook something soon. Did I actually go the way I was supposed to go? Because it did not feel like it at all. Which is good. Oh. That's crazy! Oh god. I came out right beside a bokoblin camp? Well, I guess that's fine. I want to try equipping something like... Well, that's sad. Oh no, here we go. There we go. Fuck you. Cool, that guy's dead. I jumped the wrong way! I will get used to that one day. I got that one, I got right. Alright, well, took care of that relatively easily. This bitch! Alright, well, I guess we'll save his ass. Well, we're here! Oh, thank god, another bow that's actually worth a damn. Ooh. I do want one of those. Thanks. Give me all your goodies! Oh. Oh, so many arrows. I'm so happy. I'm so happy! Alright, this man requires assistance in holding up a sign. I guess we should have not destroyed those boxes. Alright. I got this. I got this. Some balls! Oh, one of them broke. It rolled. Alright. Alright. It would have been fine if it didn't break. Here's a big rock. Losing tears. Hey, welcome, welcome. How is the president standing? I can't imagine. Perfect! What are you gonna give me this time? You gonna give me some more bomb? 20 bucks, nice. Toward my being able to afford some fucking clothes. Puff shroom? A mushroom that spreads a cloud of spores when a stimulus is applied. The bitter powder makes it inedible. What the hell? Like, does it stun people? Can I collect bokoblin vomit? Like, what? So I'm supposed to head north, which is this way. Which is all well and good. There's a random piece of amber. Just sitting on the ground. That was surely not me. Oh, these guys again. I'm pretty sure- oh, I don't like this angle. This is a bad angle. This is a bad angle. I'm still pretty sure that guy's got a whole ton of bombs on his back. No, it's something else. Something blue. Shit. Cold shrooms. 2. 3! Oh, I'm a god! Oh my god! I am amazing! Can I get him down before he gets me again? I can! And I did! Fucking nice! Do I want this rock hammer? Not particularly. Oh my god! Get wrecked! That was clean! Ah, oh, beautiful. What do I want to attach to this thing? What the hell are you? Oh yeah, the claw. Ice Breath Lizalfo Horn. Freezing power embedded in the horn's crystal tip, but you can use it to your advantage if you know how. Otherwise, cook it with a critter. Don't think I'm gonna cook it with a critter. Cool. There's a rock underneath there? What? Nani? What are you talking about? It's just a rock hammer. There's nothing here. There's nothing here! Back! Bruh! Bruh! You, dude! You are gonna get so whacked in the ass! That is gonna do no damage to this guy because it's just a regular... Get out of here! Oh, you're still alive? Why are you still alive? There we go. Ooh, just a regular boomerang. I don't really want the boomerangs. They do seem like they could be fun and silly, but, you know. Oh, I see those might be the monsters that they're talking about. Let's get up higher. Is that a dude frozen in there? There's a sword. Is this a bokoblin? I'm thinking that the fire is not gonna be good enough. But that is not what I wanted. That gave me a plus 10, damn. I feel like... What you gonna be? It is a Bacabo. Okay, goodbye. Alright, well, moving on. The north is just that way, which I assume that's where we're going over there, but I kind of want to take it from a different angle. They did say this lone cedar, which I'm assuming is this thing. Oh, well, I don't like you. I don't like you one bit. I do like that you have money inside of you, though. Hooray! Oops, I missed. Never climb anything normally. Never walk up any normal stairs. You will only ever find doom. Okay, cool, we found the kid. Like I said, Doom. Should have kept my guard up. Stupid monster. Oh, Link, where did you come from? Oh, you know. Oh, you see, that rotten monster took my good bow. That's the bow napper. Oh, yeah? Can it use it? I gotta get it back. Will you help me out? Yes. We were going to help out this child. Did you know I can blow strong gusts of wind anywhere I feel like? I mean, that's cool. I'll do it for you too. That way you can glide over to where that monster went. Just tell me where to point the gust and I'll make it for you. Tulin's power of wind. When Tulin's aura is charged, he can create a stream of wind that blows straight forward. This can be used for a burst of speed while paragliding. Cool. Alright. Well, bonk.
Strong wind.
Woo! I don't feel like I got that gust there. Feel like I might have fucked that up. Cool. Where did it go? Oh, it's right there. Whoops. Oh, it's hard to see. Oh, fucker. Oh, too early. Give me this fire. Give me this. Thank you. Where'd he go? God damn it! I suck at this. I lost him. There he is. Oh, God. Alright, I gotta read his pattern a little bit better. I just kinda gotta watch him for a second. So here, I think he opens up? Oh, I guess that just started the fight. Oh, I just I one-banged him! Okay, honestly, I was expecting a little bit more, I'm not gonna lie. Without my bow, I might have lost it for good. Uh-oh. Ah. Like I said, I was expecting a little bit... What?! Are you kidding me?! That's amazing! Let's get them together. Oh, okay. Damn! Boom! Well, these guys hit like a fucking truck. Bonk! Bonk! Cranky piggy, some chicken scraps. Yeah. We did it! Hey, look, I think these might have been a hideout for those monsters. Was that the wind? It couldn't have been. There's no way. It must have been something else. Oh, what was that? Must have been the wind. It can't have been the wind. Must have been something else. What a bait and switch. That's never happened before. Hey, Tool and Link, huh? Hey, what up? We killed some monsters.
Oh.
And stealing their stuff. Hey, it's me.
Oh.
That was some impressive teamwork, you two. Oh, you saw that, Hearth? Talk about embarrassing. I didn't listen when Jasane tried to stop me. I thought I could handle it, but I just ended up losing my favorite bow to those stupid things. I thought I was fully fledged, but there's probably no way I would have gotten it back on my own. I bet now you see why we're treating you like a small chick. Well, yeah, but you don't have to do. You could treat him fairly and not. Oh, come on! Look at him. You're right. It's really important to work as a flock. Yes, you should also work together. I think I finally get what Dad has been trying to tell me all this time. Is that all there is to the story? It seems unlike you to let your bow be taken, Tulin. Oh yeah, funny story about that. There was this whole thing with Princess Zelda. Thank you, child. I spotted her getting attacked by a monster. It was such a surprise that I dropped my guard and stole my bow. But I guess she was fine because she zoomed up above that cloud. Huh? What? Princess Zelda flew above the cloud? How could that be? Seems like a stretch, but we're not going to get to the bottom of it by sitting around here. Tool and Link came out here looking for the princess. You should go with him and investigate the cloud you say the princess soared into. Huh? But I thought I wasn't allowed! I got a report before coming here. We think it's likely that the blizzard is coming from inside the cloud after all. It turns out Zelda's just trying to get rid of everything that's not a Hylian. I want to see for myself as soon as I can, but the strong winds make any approach from the sides impossible. The only way through is through the top, but there's not a Rito alive capable of crossing the stormy skies and making it all the way up there, except for one. I'm talking about you, Tulin. Only you have the skill and training to create gusts at will. Tulin will be the finest Rito warrior of all once he understands the value of working with his allies. You know who said that to me? Your old dad, Teba. Dad said that? Aw, what a coming-of-age story. Yep, I'll make sure that he knows what you accomplished here today. Now, it's time you go with Link to find Princess Zelda and whatever's causing this blizzard. No problem, the two of us together have got this. Oh, okay. I saw Princess Zelda up in the Sky Islands near Hebra Peak. Let's check there first. Link, Tulin, we're counting on you. Let's go! Okay, well, hold on. I got some bits to pick. Cool? Yeah, okay, well, I want one of those, so let me just grab the rest of this stuff real quick. Don't want the claymore. I like that he's following me around. Like, that's something that hasn't been in one of these games yet, so that's nice. Cool. Also, excuse me, stuff. Oh, you guys are fine. Shut up. Stop bitching. Give me those arrows, thank you. And break everything. Everything's got so many arrows. You better not roll off the side. You better not roll off the side. I fucking see you. Oh my god. Break! What the hell? Invincible barrels! What else I got up here? Anything? Anything more to steal? Alright, cool. Alright, so where are we going? Up in the clouds somewhere? Up there? Hebra Peak, I think is what they said. Oh, we're going right there. Oh, there's like a little marker. Okay. Okay!
Leave it to me!
Okay, that time it felt like we got it. Where's this little dude go? I love him! You are fucking adorable. Probably don't travel with me forever, because I'm busy committing crime. And we can't have just children running around committing crime. But you're super cute. And I can appreciate that. I would assume that you can aim his gust upwards. Like, I would assume that you can get him on... Nice. What'd we find? Money? Yeah, I'll take that. Just as good. Like, I would assume you can get him on one of these things, and because it's, like, angled, you might be able to aim it.
All set.
Ah, this again. Is that a thing? Is that a ball on a chain? What is that? Looks like a balloon. What do we got going on over here? A fucking Korok. Alright, well, how do we want to approach this? Methinks... Oh, that was so close. There we go, they're starting to fight. I wonder if I can just, like, destroy their, if I just destroy the barrier here, if that'll work. Like, if I light that on fire, do they find each other? What the fuck? That guy just lit him. Oh, there we go. Yeah. That one just stopped on top of fire for reasons. What? Nice shot, kid! Oh my god, I love him, he's perfect. Can I keep him? Can I keep him forever? I love my new little buddy. Oh my god. This is some God of War shit! One of my things is just rolling away here. Get back here. Alright, well. I guess... Alright, we guess we should look at this Korok, right? And see what's going on with him. Excuse me? Hello? What the fuck? Oh! It's one of you, little fuckers. Ow! Fuck! Fuck you! Fucking ass Octorok. Give me all your bits! Oh, that is a balloon. Okay. So we can, like, fly up if we want to. I see you. You look like trouble. It's good to know you can still one-shot things if you're using, like, elemental advantage. Cool. Alrighty. I need to reach my friend. Ah, yes. And where exactly is your friend? Ah, my friend and I got separated. Oh, okay. I'm so tired I can't move. Okay, yeah. That's fine, that's fine. Hold on. We got this. Look at this shit. We got ourselves one of these. We got everything we need here. Okay, well that's a little bit off. Hey, where do we want this? We want this like what, right here-ish? I love this game is great so far. Alright, come here, you little bastard. You're fine. Look at this little roly-poly boy. Come here. Oh, it's a shield. Ugh. I need to separate off the shield. Damn it! Where can I get what I need? I guess I can just drop one, right? I'm just gonna see if there's one laying around somewhere just to make my life a little bit easier. Damn. Damn it! Alright. Cool. Alright, well. There you. Oh, I didn't grab it. Oof, he says. I'm gonna have to aim this a little bit better. I wonder if I can actually just pick him up and place him the whole way up. Alright, here comes, and 3, 2, oh, bullshit, I caught that! That is absolute garbage. I 100% caught that thing. Bullshit! Oh, cool, Tulin killed that thing while I was busy being a dingus. Alright. I wonder if we can launch at a little bit of an angle. Wait, what's this? Oh. I also have an idea. But Tulin needs to come here. You know, what I could do... Oh, shit! You know what I could do? As I could stop being an asshole and think for like half of a second and actually just, oh yeah, I mean, I guess I could ascend through it, but... I'm sorry, excuse me? Ow! I'm dead. I lost my train of thought. I can stop being an asshole and do something different, of which I've already forgotten what it was I was planning on doing. Great fairies can- yeah, I would love to get some armor to enhance. Thank you, game. Oh, we're back here again. Okay, this is fine. Alright. To get that guy from point A to point B. Nice shot. Now these Bocablos have a decent advantage. Look at them. Oh, shit! Yo, the Bocablos kick their asses! Damn! I am just here to reap the benefits. Sturdy wooden stick. I think I can stealth kill this guy. Well. Oh shit, that kid almost fucked me. Oh, that was really close. Yeah, I don't think so. Get bonked! Alright, well that ice stuff is really cool, but... Anyway. Thank you for all your bits. Da-da-da-da. Alright. In this fallen world, it's bonk or be bonked. Yo, you are not wrong. It do be like that. Nice. Alright, so let's do this Korok and not be jackasses about it. Yes, yes, tell me where my friend, your friend is, I understand. Right over there, yeah, yeah. Alright. Well. Do I see any doom and gloom over here that I need to deal with? I didn't see that ice blizzard that I fought before. Okay, will you stay there for a second? I gotta find the next spot. This is a little far. Damn it! It's so close! Oh, oof. Sorry. Well, that's okay. We don't have to go that way. Oh my god. Okay, this is as high as I can get. I can't see shit. Stay there for a second. Oh, this is like really high. Okay. Alright, well that's not gonna work. I guess I could, like, just reverse the balloon. Like, I could shoot it past and then reverse it. I feel like that's a way to do this. Damn, I can't even see him from here. I think he'll stay right here. Oh, he does. That's nice. That is lovely. I love that for me. I think he's still too far. Yeah, just out of reach. Alright, let's go back to the balloon plan. Nope. Whoops. You can't hit me, I have this thing. Good job, Tulin. I imagine Tulin can't see the fucking, the Korok, and is just like, what the hell are you doing? It's fine, Tulin, don't worry about it. I wonder if I could also just slow down its... If I just slow it down and make it go, like, not raise as fast. I wonder... I wonder if I can do that. Oh, okay. Well, that's annoying. I have to do it again! Alright, I'm taking a break. I gotta go to the bathroom. I gotta get more tea. I can't brain right now. Holy shit! The dude hits like a truck. Which is fine. I appreciate the difficulty. I don't appreciate that they come out of nowhere. I should have just put a fire thing on my fucking bow. It would have killed him. This Korok is gonna be the death of me! I'll watch these guys fight. See how they do this time. Oh, one of them's down. One of those guys is down. One of the Bacons went down. Oh yeah, they got their asses beat. Damn, those guys don't stand a chance! Come, balloon. What a shot. Oh, he's still alive. Alright, there we go. Alright. I'm just gonna take a quick break. Hopefully nothing kills us in the meantime. We're just gonna crouch here. And, I'll just be right back. We're gonna take a little bit of a break. Yeah, well, I guess we can save. Yeah, so we don't have to keep watching the same thing again, and again. So yeah, we'll do that. We'll do a quick save. I'm just gonna take a quick break. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. I need to pee! Oh boy. Okay, sorry for the delay there. It took me a little bit longer to get my tea than I thought it was going to. I did make myself an Earl Grey, though, and I put a little bit of vanilla in it because I was just like, I want this for myself right now. I did also wanted to say a special thanks to Losing Tears for following, so thanks so much for the follow. Sadly, the little animation that I had set up didn't go. I'm not entirely sure why it didn't go. I don't know. It's there. It should go. It didn't go. But I can show it to you. There it is. So, welcome and thanks for joining. I didn't see it play. Maybe it did play and I just didn't notice because I was staring at the screen, but thanks and welcome. Did you see the cute little animation, though? Did you see it? It's important to me. There's beats in this game? That's cool. Ugh. I don't know why it didn't play. Well, hold on. Here, look. It goes like this. Oh. It pops up in the little corner. And then goes away. I don't know why it's not playing, though. I thought I had set it up properly, but apparently I did not. Maybe I need... Maybe if I do that. We'll see if that works. I don't know. Oh well, whatever. Okay. Luckily, nothing killed us while we were gone. I am going to get this correct. God damn it. I'm gonna get this dude. I will not stop until I get this guy. There's radishes in this game? And I don't know what's in this game. And I didn't switch the thing over because I'm a jackass. There we go. There we go. Alright. I will get this little dude across. I am going to find a way, goddammit. I will return you to your friend no matter how many times it kills me. Alright. 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 I can do this. I believe in me. Admittedly, we did not do this one on the first try. I'm just gonna hurl him across. Look at him, he's a little roly-poly. I wonder if I can get away with doing this if he's not attached to it. Yeah, I know, I'm helping you. Stop yelling at me. No, get back here. Oh, shit. Oh, I dropped it right on him. Sorry, dude. Ah, damn it, I pressed the wrong button. I can do this. Hold on, I can do this. I got this, I got this. I gotta make sure I press the right button. That's all. There we go. You don't have to do anything No, do not fall. Don't drop him. Don't drop him. Fuck. Ugh. I fucking dropped him. Get back here, you little roly-poly bastard. Oh, don't get attached, please. I didn't want to attach you. No. 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 I can't fucking see anything. Fuck! Oh my god. I definitely have this. I just can't see shit. Ugh! I need a spot that I can see. I can't fucking... Oh my fucking god! I need to turn the motion controls on. Oh my fucking Christ. I'm still alive. Holy shit! Bruh. This game's got me fucking pissed. This little Korok is gonna be the death of me. Oh my god. I can't believe that I lived. No! Oh. Damn it! I was hoping he would stay up there. He did not. Oh my god! I did it! There we go! Fuck! That was the worst! Bye! I'm gonna fucking kick this man off the fucking... Hey. Oh god, Tulin, you're so cool. Thanks for sticking with me through all my multiple deaths over this fucking guy. Where am I going? Yeah. Oh, how did that miss? Oh, whatever, he's dead. Where the hell am I going from here? Oh yeah, I did see a camp. I was kind of just expecting a blood moon, like almost just to fuck with me. Okay, well that's money, so first off we need that. Second off, we're gonna take all this shit. Shh, we're committing crime. They'll never hear us. Alright, now we stealth. There's more of these little rabbits around. That's kind of cool. I probably could have hit that again. Cool. Cool. Hello. Knock knock. You startled me. How'd you make it all the way through the blizzard? You sure, oh, it's the shield surfing people. Hell yeah. The Duchess of Downhill. No. Yeah, I'm not doing that right now. Oh, thank God we found a cooking spot. Look at all the shields. Can I take these? Nope. They're really not big on letting me steal shit in this game. I guess that's fair. Alright, we're holding on to these meat for our dog friends, by the way. So, let's make some noms. Oh, that was big. I do not need 6 hearts. Or 7. 3 is good. This guy's got they got bottles of wine up here. I feel like I should make another couple, like, spicy ones. Because we're going a little low on the spicy. I also feel like I should make at least one more stamina one, but I don't think I have stuff for stamina yet. Unless the rush rooms give you stamina? No, it's a movement speed one. I mean, the movement speed is nice, but not what I'm looking for. Okay. Cool. Alright, I'm not gonna do the shield surfing right now because I'm going to... I already stole their shit anyway. They'll never know. They'll never figure it out. Going this way. We're gonna grab that pine cone. I still haven't gotten the pine cones to work properly yet, but I'll get there. I'll figure it out eventually. I believe in myself. I've got that core oak up there. What the hell is this? I wonder if it's a tower. I'm not gonna lie, I'm enjoying having Toolin around, and I kind of wonder how far I can take him. You know what I mean? Like, I wonder if I like just leave Hebra if he follows. Like, what happens if I teleport away? Does he just come with me? You're gonna... Okay, there we go. Shield surfing is a lot of fun in this game. At least it wasn't the last game. I don't know about this game, to be fair. Oh, I guess I was just supposed to go straight up. I just wanted to see if there's anything else over here. Whoa! As intended! Through the Matrix! Are they carrying giant snowballs? Okay. That's kind of douchey, don't you think? Oh, he slowed down, you little... Ah. Damn, he shoots far. Get the bits! Get his stuff! No! Ah. Damn. Well, I mean, at least they die in one hit, so that's kind of nice. At least for now. Ooh. Arrokuda. I assume it's Arrokuda. Ah, it is a tower. Wait, is that the tower I already did? No, it's not blue. That's a tower I gotta go do. What the hell? But I'm in, like, a map that I'm familiar with. Right? Aren't I? Oh, it's gonna give me this chunk, I guess. Okay, well, we'll come back to that in a minute. We're just right near the spot we're supposed to be at, so... we should probably do that. Thanks, kid. He's just like sitting there flapping, you got this, you can climb this. Bro! Sup? If only it were possible to find out what's inside this blizzard. Oh! This guy's name is Huck? Oh. Why, if it isn't Tool and I was too focused on the clouds to even notice you. But you've come here, that means... Yep, they said I could go up there. Oh. I knew it. Something told me you were the best one for this mission. Everyone has admired your wing gust technique since you first demonstrated it. Ah. You may be the only Rito capable of rising above that cloud to find the truth among the turbulent skies. Give it your best shot. I'll be here watching for your return. Thanks. Between Link and me, you won't be disappointed. Quite frankly, I wish I had more, Here it goes! Now! I wish I had a little bit more, stamina stuff. Oh, I just about missed that. Is there any treasure? Make sure I don't miss anything. Bonk! It is very, like, linked to the Link Between Worlds. I love it. We haven't seen something like it since Link Between Worlds. I kind of wish it didn't always do this every time. I know it doesn't, and it's only like if it's thick enough, but I feel like maybe there were a few that it could have been a little bit. It's fine. I'm not here to complain. I want to see if there's anything up here. I really like this. This feels kind of like, what's the Last Guardian? It's kind of reminding me of that a little bit. What's up, dude? So, like, if those ones you just kind of popped through, and then this one, which is a longer one, you did this for, I think that'd be a little bit better. Personally. Rising Island Chain. Alright, cool. Oh my god, a skyship!
Hey!
Link! It was around here that I saw Princess Zelda, but now I don't know where she could have gone. Hmm? What is that? It is absolutely so cute that he just runs forward to go check it out. I love everything about that. I absolutely love this kid's little AI programming. He's fucking great. I love him. Look at that. It's a boat. Huh? Beautiful.
Come.
Oh, don't promise me a good time.
To me.
Hey, good to see you, oh my god. Whose voice was that? It was coming up from somewhere up there. It's a giant boat. Boat King? Is it another boat? But it's huge. There's tons of little flying boats too. You know what it reminds me of? A line of ships soaring, built as a passage skyward. The god ascended to heaven, leaving behind an ark. This whole thing sounds just like the Song of the Stormwind arc.
Oh!
That was the children's song true after... was that children's song true after all? You heard that strange voice too, right, Link? I'm sure I heard it said, "Come to me." Yeah. It's like it was calling us up there. I don't see anything around here that would lead us to Princess Zelda. Maybe she went over to that ship. Well, nowhere to go but up. Come on! I fucking love this little kid. He is amazing. I love everything about him. He's so cute. Hey kid, keep your eye out for some treasure. Ooh. This is a bit tight. Can I make that? Oh my god! I don't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't that. This game is still throwing stuff at... I guess I haven't been playing that long, but this game is throwing shit at me that I'm just not expecting. Oh, I guess I could have just done that the whole time. So, that's really good game design, because it kind of gave me nowhere to go except for checking to jump down, and if I had tried to glide, I would have landed on it. Did I just dive? I don't think that's what I want to do right now. But, obviously, we're gonna have to use these boats to get, like... Once we're up there, those boats are all gonna be trampolines in some way, and that's how we're gonna fight whatever's up there, because I'm assuming it's a boss battle. You think it's Sky Pirates? Trampoline boat. You think we're gonna get to fight the King of Red Lions? From Wind Waker? That'd be pretty fun. Okay, so Tulin didn't join me for this. He's waiting outside. I can't even aim there, so... Do I build something? I can't take these out. Why? 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 I don't... Why? Why would you make me do this? I don't understand! What? Huh? I kind of thought he was gonna fall off the edge, I ain't gonna lie. Ouch. Oh, well, where am I going? Obviously here! Woo! Now where am I going? Don't go away, don't go away, don't go away! No, 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 no! We're good! Woo! Oh, that was close. Oh my god, you can dive onto it. Do I have the balls? Oh, wrong button. Oh my god, I did it! Oh shit. Not quite high enough. Oh fuck! Well, you know. Do be like that sometimes. Alright, I want my treasure. Well, I'm getting it. Want my treasure, damn it! Boing. Why is this one going so far? I guess it's going where you're supposed to go instead of, like, where I want to go, which is to my treasure Artadive. Do I make it? 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 Oh, by the skin of my dick. Yay! Thank you. My favorite thing. I think I can just make it across here. I'm ballsy. It's fine. That's weird. Oh, I should probably, like, actually make sure I'm... Ouch! The momentum's a little rough on this. Boof! I mean, I imagine oh, it's closed. Well... Can I, like, not bash my head against the wall? No? I have to bash my head against the wall? There is no spot to ascend here. So I just have to open that somehow. Well, this one shoots me up a lot higher, right? I wonder if there's arrows, like something I need to shoot somewhere. I don't have to shoot the thing at the beginning, do I? No way. No way. Like... Oh, that's so far. Not even close. There's gotta be something I gotta hit here somewhere, right? Like, that's gotta be the get. I'm not seeing anything. I do like the trampoline though. I also am not moving. I'm just going straight up and down. Alright, well, let's get off of this for a second and take a look around. Alright, I don't see another thing on the other side there. It's not- I have to hit this, is it? Like, that'd be a little bit ridiculous. Also, that's really far. Unless I'm supposed to, like... hit it again as soon as I go through. It's not below that, is it? Because there's not really much of a way to get through. What am I missing here? Can I move these things around? Like... that doesn't really make any sense. Nope, can't move them. Well, just out of curiosity. Just Just out of curiosity. I wonder. Nope. Okay. So it's not that. Alright, well. Keep your eyes out for, like, a thing. That's a thing? Is this a thing? Is that a thing? It looks different than the other things. I'm not convinced that's a thing. Nope. I wonder if I can land on the underside of the boat. I don't think I want to do that. At least not on this one. Maybe on one of the other ones. Something under there? Oh, you can land on them without jumping. Okay, cool. I don't see anything. Maybe there's something on this one if I land on it gently. Oh, there's something. What's that? Oh, God. How do I get there, though? Like, I see the glowing thing. Maybe. Nyeh. I see something. Maybe it's just the lighting. What am I supposed to... Maybe I just need to get onto that one. Ah, there it is. Okay, okay, I found it. There we go. Hey! I knew it was just a matter of finding where the thing was. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Sup, goat grandma? Hey! Hey. Hey, listen, there's more than one way to solve any kind of puzzle. I bet you could have just thrown bombs at it, or you could have jumped from another angle and saw it. Fuck yeah! We have 6 of these fucker things now. Or 5, sorry. Yes! You ascended? How did you- what did you ascend into, though? I didn't see a spot where you could ascend. Oh, I guess if you- maybe if you land on it, there's an ascend spot. I see, I see. That's cool, that's cool. More than one way to solve a puzzle, my friend. It's one of the best things about the game. Alright, now that we're done that, I kind of wish there was a lady around that I could pray to. Nice, 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 nice!
Leave it to me.
Ooh, that's a bit tight. Oh, this is a bit awkward. Alright, well, we might be able to... Woo! I can't do shit without this kid. Goddamn.
Leave it to me.
Oh, whoops, I turned him around. Have you accepted Hylia into your heart? The one true goddess? Praise be. Yeah, I fucked up. I gotta, like, go way back. Shit! I fucked it up! It's alright. It's okay. I think it almost sounds like rocks moving. Oh, we didn't fuck it up the whole way. Whoa, Jesus, fuck! It's fine. Fine. Everything's fine. No panic. Everything's okay. Hey, little buddy. We can get a little bit closer. Let's go with this one. Nice. Easy. Give me your stick. Thanks. I think I knocked his head off the thing. Alright, where the hell am I going? That away, this away, over there away. Da 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 da. What's that? Oh, boo! Oh, boo! I don't want this! Ah! Tulin, can you come down here? Oh my god, it's so far away. Come here, you little shit! Ooh, it's gonna be tight! Yeah! Yeah! Oh, I got so many pieces of shit to give to Hest too. This is gonna be great. Alright, how the fuck do I get back up? Please, game, why would you do this and make me come all the way over here and give me no way? Oh, God. I'm back here again. Fucking goddamn it. Very rude, game. I don't appreciate that shit. Uncalled for. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Can I, like, pick any of these things up? No. Okay. I just thought I'd check. Just in case any of those bits were movable.
Strong wind.
That makes such a bizarre noise. I don't know what that's about. I'm assuming I can make that. I probably should not have made that assumption, but I did make that assumption. A little bit risky, admittedly, but you know. Parkour! Boing! Classic. I thought there might have been a treasure chest. I thought it was worth checking out. Oh, I didn't mean to fire that, but... I'm just using a regular stick. Oh, nice shot. I guess this isn't really the time for this. I kind of just wasted that stick. Oh, I should have done this first. And then hit him with it. Cool. I have no idea what's over here. I'm just checking this shit out. Can I just spear somebody? Can I fuse this? Can I put this big old icicle on something? Oh my god. Yo. Alright. Neat. Just impales himself on this. Hello? Oh. We are rewarded for our adventuring with stuff. Cooking materials. Very cool. Oh. Well, that's interesting. Color me thinking this is something. Let's find out! That's the whole point of the game, isn't it? To, in fact, fuck around and find out. Ooh, I don't know if I can make that. Yo, kid, let's go. Yeah, we make this. We make those! Hell yeah. There's like still more to explore. I feel like I skipped a whole chunk. Oh, maybe I didn't. Cool. Wait, didn't I fuse the... Oh, it just doesn't tell me what's on it. Oh, goodbye, pieces and bits. That's so sad. My kibbles and bits, no! Boing. Oh, interesting. Oh, interesting. Okay. I wonder if I can just bonk through that with my head. I missed. Let's try that again. I'm sorry, is something attacking me? Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse you? Get in! Oh, what the fuck? Fuck you? Ow. Also? I can't see fucking anything. Oh, he's dead, and his bits just fell... Okay. Is there another one? Homing powers? I mean, that's pretty cool. Oh, okay, he's got it. Good job, little dude. No! Fuck. Ass! I guess I can just throw a rock down there. Yep, they grant homing powers. Let me find the item for you. I just picked it up. There we go. Aracuda eyeball. This eyeball is constantly trying to focus on its targets. Cook it with a critter to make an elixir, or attach it to an arrow to grant a homing quality to the arrow. Where am I going? Oh, okay. I guess I'm going over there. Or over there. Okay, well, let's go over here first. Okay, well, I definitely want to know what's over there, so... I am too greedy! Ooh, nice little, violin. Let's go! Oh, all the eyes have that quality? The Key's eyes have that quality? Really? Oh yeah, look at that. Huh. Hey! Hey, Jesse! I was gonna go raid you! What do you mean you're raiding me? This is nonsense! What's going on, guys? Good to see you. How was your, Canadians are the best. You know what? I agree, depending on where you live. I'm judgy. How was your stream? How did your, you had to pee so you stopped your whole stream? You know, you could have just had a be right back screen. Oh, thank you. So actually, one of the reasons I have this side cut is because Jesse made the suggestion to give it a try, and I tried it, and I absolutely loved it. Now I'm growing out the other side. Hello, hello! Welcome, welcome, welcome! Thanks for swinging by! We're not doing art right now. That's tomorrow. We're on our way to a boss fight, so you guys came just in time to watch me die a bunch. Oh, and get my ass beat by these guys. This is gonna be a bit rough. Alright. I missed one of them. That's alright. That's good enough for me. Oh, you guys getting commercials? What part of Canada? I am in Ontario, Southern Ontario specifically. I'm not too far from Toronto, if you're familiar with Canadian geography. Slippy, yay! Good to see you guys. Man, I was like getting ready to get, whoops, wrong thing. I was gonna get ready to go right to Jesse's channel after this, so it's really funny that you guys came here instead. But hey, I appreciate it. This is my first ever raid that I've ever gotten ever, so welcome. You know what, I'm just gonna break it. With my rock stick! Oh, Saskatoon! Very nice. It's giving me an awful lot of don't get frozen. Is this a cooking pot? Oh, it is. I don't think I need to cook right now, so we're good there.
Strong wind.
Oh, they're fighting, if you guys can see. We're just gonna let them bash that out for a little bit. Hey! Yeah, hi, welcome. Oh, Vancouver! Man, everybody's from all over the Canadian map. I missed. Come on. There we go. The range on these things are a little bit yikes. Alright, where are you, kids? There we go. Off we go! Surprise! I should not be using my big wooden hammer for this. I have better weapons for this. Wait, why does it... Ouch. Ugh. Yeah, it's fine, get up. I thought my wooden stick had ice equipped to it. I was incorrect. I also only have 4 hearts. You're from Toronto! Oh my god! Do you enjoy it there? Oh, nice shot. Nice shot. I love having this little dude with me, I'm not gonna lie. He's great. Jesse's- oh shit! Chat almost got me killed. Jesse said you were really untall. Yeah, my Twitter name currently says Tallent. I am- oh shit! Oh shit! Sorry, please hold 1 moment. I am clinging for my very life. I might be doomed. I don't think I can ascend, can I ascend? Well, I cannot. I might be fucked. Yeah. Oh boy. Okay. Where are we going? Where can we land? Right there. There's where we're going. This is fine. It's fine. Okay. Whew. Alright. I mean, we could have dove all the way to the very bottom, but it's fine. We're good. Where am I? So, I apologize. What was the question? I said, did you like Toronto? Oh right, somebody asked if I was tall, or said that I was, Jesse was saying I was quite short. Yes, I am under 5 feet tall. I am a very small person. Oh, really? I can't go up that? You know, that's depressing. That's okay. So yes, I am quite short. I'm about 4'10.5". I am a very tiny small person. I shouldn't have jumped. I might have screwed myself. Why am I going this way? There's like a whole other way to go right this way. Can I just climb onto this and be caught, like... What, really? Oh, whatever. It's fine! We're just gonna go this way. My feet do not reach all the way to the floor. I am currently sitting cross-legged and have an additional foam piece that sits below my desk so my feet can touch the ground without it being... I will show you! I have a little triangle foam thing so that my feet can touch the ground. Otherwise, they do not touch the ground in chairs. Could you guys see that? Hold on, let me... Ta-da! I'm pretty sure that I'm so short that my feet do not touch while I am standing either. At least it feels that way to me. I can't believe I survived that.
Here it goes! Now!
All right. Wait for this little dude to recharge.
Be
downtown big city person and enjoy the benefits of being in Toronto, particularly as a person of the arts. Yeah, that's a good point. Toronto has a big ego. Yeah, this is true. Oh, whoops. I was facing the wrong way. This is the new Legend of Zelda game. This is Tears of the Kingdom. We are currently in the Rito area. If you want to swing by here for art, you can swing by tomorrow. I'll be doing art. Of which I do digital art, digital painting. So if that is more your jam, this is very much a variety channel. We do all types of nonsense here. In fact, it's just nonsense 24/7. Hell yeah! Sometimes we do, like, pseudo-educational content. I don't like calling it educational content because I don't like to have that kind of responsibility, but that's kind of what it is. It's mostly just, like, we'll talk about, like, current events and things going on in the world and what those things may or may not mean, as well as, like, analytics and opinion-type stuff. As well as, like, tools to help you recognize, like, rhetoric in your real life and communication stuff. A lot of that's on YouTube, though. Hey, yeah, thanks for so much for swinging by. You guys might have broke the Hundy for me, if you guys are following as well, which I don't have the notifications ready for yet. I did set a notification, but for whatever reason it is not playing, and I don't know how, I haven't figured out how to fix it yet, so I will get that fixed eventually. Alright. You gotta be really careful with this game. It's got some serious momentum going on it. Yeah, catching the variety? Oh yeah, swing on by. If you want a little taste of kind of what I do, you can feel free to check out the YouTube channel. There's links kicking around. It's just the same name here, just on... I don't know, the name's actually a little bit different. On YouTube, the name is just Chesh, like VIQ. Alright, let's not screw ourselves this time. Oh, I screwed myself, I screwed myself, I screwed myself! You can gust it halfway through the air? That's fascinating. That is really good to know. Although I do enjoy that I almost just fucking no, I need to breathe for a minute. Speaking of communication, my body is telling me to need a break. Yeah, no, go take a break. Thanks so much for stopping by. Swing by again sometime. It was good to have you. That is awesome. Thanks for coming by. Greatly appreciated. Okay, what did I screw up here? What did I run on? It was over there, right? It wasn't right here. Okay. Yeah, because I did combat there. Okay, yeah. We're okay still. We're okay still. Whew. Alright. We're doing good. We're doing good. Alright, so instead of just running across and death trapping ourselves, can we get around this? Oh, come on. There we go. I love the bird boy. Bird boy is great. Alright, we need to make it all the way across, so... Hi. Please use your magic powers of wind. I want to get this right. I'm a little off. Good enough. Shh. It doesn't know. It doesn't know! It doesn't see the bird, it's fine! I can't believe that worked. We are very sneaky boys. We are a sneaky crime boy. Boom! Yeah! Oh, there's 3 of them over there. Alright, well, we're not gonna be able to do much about that. We might be able to circumvent it a little bit. So let's see how we can do. Oh my god. This game, I usually don't recommend, like, games to people because I have, like, a little bit of a unique taste. And they're so, like, up to the individual. I absolutely recommend this game. This game is fantastic. Breath of the Wild was good. This is better. This game is basically makes Breath of the Wild feel like a beta test. Oh, of course my bow broke. I actually do not mind the breaking mechanic either. I know some people really hate it. I do not have a problem with it. Personally. Oh, you fuck! No, 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 no! Ah! Oh my god, this kid is amazing! What is that? Oh shit. I jumped the wrong way! Yeah, I'm fine, don't worry about it. Ow! What? Oh, I hit it. I hit whatever the hell this thing even is. What? Oh, it's a bomb! Oh, that makes a lot of sense, actually. Well. I don't think I want to carry around a time bomb club, but maybe there is something we can do. Yeah, there it goes. Interesting. Treasure! Oh, look at him. He's stuck there. Woo! Good treasure. And I guess I just assembled. Yeah, okay. Balloons, eh? Balloons, eh? Time for some crafting, it seems. Yeah, it gave me everything I need to just float my way across. Alright. Now you get to see what this game is really about. I definitely gave you lots to work with. I can literally make a balloon bomb that's gonna float across and then timed blow up? That's hilarious. Hey kid, are you coming? No? Alright. I'm sure I'll be fine. Goodbye! Nice. We are making except for like our clearly pretty bad setback, we're making real good time on this. You know, except for that one time where we almost fell to our doom. I'm kind of glad there aren't as many flying enemies as I kind of expected there would be. Alright. Woo! Flashbacks to 1998 and Ocarina of Time and the N64 as a kid. Oh yes, absolutely. I actually enjoy this game in particular more than I enjoyed Ocarina of Time. That's again, like obviously personal preference, but.
Leave it to me. Yeah.
I wonder why I would want to. Oh, okay, I see.
Strong wind.
Yeah, no, I got this. I made this. This is fine. I wonder if there's something up there that I would want. That's a dragon? There's a dragon! That's a dragon up there! That's fine. Totally fine. Definitely fine. Hell, everything's good here. Oh my god. The air has become very cold. Okay. I'm taking damage. Oh. This is my first time flying this high. The air's pretty cold up here, huh? I'll be fine. But what about you, Link? Make sure you don't freeze, okay? Yeah, it would have been really nice if your people would have given me, you know, some of the warm clothing instead of charging me out the ass for it. That would have been great. I would have greatly appreciated that. Especially if they're gonna ask me to do them favors. Whew. I'm hoping it's not freezing in here. Raru's blessing. Oh, okay, okay. Raru is our goat grandpa. Both figuratively and literally. Or at least is Zelda's grandpa. So figuratively, maybe not literally. Thank you? And I'll play this out since there's some new people here. They can check it out. That is the first King and Queen of Hyrule. I really do like their sing-songy, matchy voices. I'm a fan of that, personally. I really wish I could spend these. Oh, you know what this just did? This just gave me a teleport all the way up here, so I can actually go down and maybe buy myself some warm clothing and then just teleport my ass back up. What do you guys think? You guys want to be hardcore about this? Oh, I know there's more than one way. We got some chili dogs. We have been live for 4 hours, though. So, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna call it here, because we have been live for 4 hours. We're gonna give ourselves a savey spot. And then when we come back, soon, over the weekend, we'll do our boss fight. Because, again, we have been live for 4 hours. Oh, I feel so bad for him. He's fucking... Look at him, his little teeth are chattering. Oh, poor Link. We do have some dishes that'll keep him warm. That music's got me, though. I don't even have enough money for, like, one of them, though. They're 5,000 pieces. I need to go farming for gold. I could probably get an item and attach a fire item to that item and use that. Let's go! I keep saying we're gonna end this stream and then I'm just like, go higher! Go further!
Yes.
Oh my god. I knew they were all gonna have bouncy bits in them. I just really want to see what this is. Oh my god, I might have to do this more than once. Oh, buddy. I might have gone the wrong way. This thing's floating away from me, which is a really big fucking problem. Come on, kid.
Leave it to me.
Let's go. Oh, we're cutting it close. Fuck yeah. All right. Oof. Oh, what the hell am I supposed to be doing here? Yar har fiddledee. I guess I wait until the next, block there, I guess? Alright. It's cool, it's cool. We got time. We got time. I said we're stopping and we're not stopping. Can't stop, won't stop. Where's the dragon? We're chasing the dragon. Hi kid, you're really cute. Alright. I don't think we need his power for this. I think we make this. Oh yeah, easy. Easy! Yeah, I don't think I can climb around that. Woo! Parkour! This music is picking up and I don't want to stop. I don't even know what time it is. Oh, okay. We got some time still. It's 11:30 where I am, so we're okay still. I feel bad doing the boss right at the, like, where do we want to go here? Yo! Oh, come on. Ah, shit. We're stuck in this again. This was a mistake. Oh, this one's going way faster. Ah, shit. Alright.
Leave it to me.
What do we got to work with here? Turn around. Why can I not turn? Oh, there we go.
All set.
Oh, what are you? Why didn't you shoot me? Oh, okay, good. There we made it. All right. Okay. Oof. Oh, I did not want to jump. All right, we're fine. We got this. Oh, this is tricky, and I like it. It's also really nice that those, like, just refresh your stamina.
Strong wind.
Boing! I think we're gonna have to take another one here. This one. Oh, don't miss! Oh! There we go. Got one more here to take. Woo! Yeah, we're trying to, the goal is to get as high as we can because we've got to, we're trying to get through the top, right? We have to go up and around and down to get into the eye of the storm. Whew! You okay, kid? That's pretty rough, right? And we're out of the storm. We're above it now. Look at this. Welcome to the toilet bowl of clouds. Alright. We're gonna save there, and we are going to fight or find out whatever is going on with that ship next time. Alright. Make sure you join us for next time's stream for when we're playing this next. And we are also going to do art tomorrow, and if you want to join us on the YouTube channel, we are doing an additional Dumb Fact Friday tomorrow to look at some Andrew Tate stuff. Manya got a hold of something a little special, which is the transcripts from Andrew Tate's hearing, and I guess she was reading them and found some really silly things that she wants to take a look at. So we're going to be looking at those. However, it is like 80 pages, so we're going to be live for a while, I'm sure. Then we have Dumb Fact Friday on... Sorry, we do not have Dumb Fact Friday. We do have that time of the month. Laura may or may not be joining us, depending on what she's up to. I know that she's got some stuff going on. So she might join us, she might not. Either way, we're having a chill night, and we're gonna be talking about just like... I have a whole section of my Discord that's just bad women's takes. So we're gonna read through some of the bad women's takes. I don't believe Katie is going to be able to join us because she is on her honeymoon / marriage tour over across seas. So she might pop in, she might not, depending on whether or not she's busy at the moment. And we're going to have Abby or Witchy Witch who's going to be there, and me and Manya, of course, as well for that time of the month, which is basically just our ladies show. That will be live on YouTube on Friday, and on Saturday we have Landon is back from his trip, so we're gonna have Landon, and if anybody doesn't know who Landon is, come and find out who Landon is. Landon is great. Dapper's gonna be joining us, Manya as well will be there, and we are going to be talking about current events and the news. So we're gonna talk a little bit about Trump and what's going on with him. We're gonna be talking about Ron DeSantis and what's going on with him, and Disney and his presidential thing that he just announced. We're gonna talk a little bit about Brexit because there's been some changes up in that, and so we're gonna like flip-flop around and see what's going on. That's about it from me. Thank you so much for joining me. This was a lot of fun. I'm going to see if anybody's live to raid. And Cirrus is live. So, yeah, go check out Cirrus. He's being a little slime boy, cat slime at the moment. So, go say hi from me. Go leave him some goblins in the chat. Thank you so much for joining me. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much for my very first raid. Again, I really, really appreciate it. So special thanks to Jesse, and thank you guys for joining me and following if you followed. Hopefully I'll get the animation fixed for that soon. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And I hope you guys all have a great night and have a wonderful weekend. Bye-bye!